Good morning, everybody. We are back with another day of Stock Dads TV. Aaron, I'll let you dive right into it.
Hello?
Aaron, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Aaron? Can you hear me?
Do you guys hear me? Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? Good morning. Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a sound check? Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Mr. Welf, good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Lyle, Lar, Dario, Miss Tamika. Always a pleasure. We all know what tomorrow is, Miss Tamika. Mr. Paz, good morning. Spaz, good morning. Omar, good morning. All right, how's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a good evening. Morning, Miss Mary Rose. Morning, RC. How we doing, everybody? Ready for a good day? We got tons of news here at 8:30, guys. All right. Okay, well, let's, excuse me. Let's get started. Morning, Jay Wavy. All right, so let's get started. So, starting off on news. Now, we've got a ton of news here at 8:30. We've got our PCE and final GDP. These are catch-up reports. Delayed 13 days, I believe. 13 days because of the government shutdown. And then we also have our unemployment claims. Unemployment claims forecast in 210. All right, so that what these are never right, right? They always miss. These little dashes are the forecast. So forecasting of 210, that would put us right back up here. All right, so we'll see how the market reacts to those. So this PCE, this is obviously a big one. Okay, that's an inflation print. So we'll see. The big thing with that is at this point in time, bad news could be considered good because of what's going on with the Fed Fund futures, right? Our Fed Fund futures have pushed out our first rate cut all the way out to September of 2027, right? So bad news could be good here. So we'll see where this comes in. More importantly, how the market's going to react to it. All right, and then that's pretty much it for our day. All right, we do have this bond auction at 101. Now we know that that's not the best time to put on a brand new position right there because you will get a little blip at that 101. And then going into tomorrow, we've got CPI, right? Our biggest news event of the week on Friday. Okay, so let's get into it here. All right. Morning, Jim Bob. All right. I've got it on a post-it note, Tamika. Like I'm looking at it right now. 410, Tamika birthday. So we'll remember. Don't you worry. All right. Okay. Ooh, swear jar is up to $62. Somebody goes on a rant today. Make sure you tune in. Somebody goes on a rant today. Somebody could win $100. All right. Okay. So let's get into it here. There we go. All right. So starting off on the VIX. Now, remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX. The index, okay, this leads our U.S. indices. All right, so let's take a look. Where are we? Now, trading view. Whoa. Trading view. You guys are going to have to look at the specific J contract. Okay. So you're going to see the same price action on J. It's just that your continuous is rolled over. Okay. Your continuous is rolled over. Does that make sense? So we can look at J if you want to. It's going to look the same. Everybody got that? Everybody understand what I'm getting at? Because remember, the VIX contracts expires next Tuesday. All right. Everybody good? Good. Okay. All right. Anyway, trading view, your continuous is going to look weird. Just go ahead and look at the J. All right. So here's what we're looking at. So coming out of our highs, this was on March 29th. All right. We had these pullbacks, right? Right here. There we go. All right. And then we had squeeze into this week, and then we had the ceasefire come out, And that's what sent the VIX straight down out of these highs. Now, here's where we are. All right, there's the profit target from that, right? And we've fallen through that profit target. So these lows to lows, anytime we fall through a profit target, we can draw lows to lows. Here was our first extension short yesterday. Okay. So we traded, this was yesterday morning, actually, we were on the call. So we traded right into our resistance. Now, this is where it gets a little weird, not super weird, but a little weird. Get that, even if I draw that right. There we go. Okay. We came 2 ticks away from this profit target. Now, we consider 2 ticks away as traded, right? So do we move same anchor, new low? Yeah, absolutely. You can make a case for that. Absolutely, 100%. Okay. If we consider it not hit, only thing we're doing here, the difference between these two is we just don't want to misidentify a trend break, right? Now, if we move it down to the new low, excuse me, that gives us a 22.88, round up to 90, add a tick, 22.95. Okay, that gives us a 95 line in the sand, right? 95s and below, the VIX is still in this short setup. If we consider that not traded, it just gives us a little bit more room. 23.05, don't need to round up because we're at a whole number. So 23.10. See how it gives us a little bit more room right there? So, I mean, unless something dramatic happens, okay, and those break, more than likely, and I don't have a crystal ball, but more than likely this is going to get range bound. Okay. Now we do have some big news reports, so we'll see. But let's use the more conservative of the two, just so we don't identify a trend break or misidentify a trend break. Okay. So I had it drawn down here all day yesterday, right? And again, we just don't want to be on the wrong side, right? So let's draw it to our lows down here at 2160. Okay. And before anybody jumps my, you know what, for saying this, but Aaron, you said 2 ticks away counts. Yes, it does. 100%. I'm 100% agreeing with you before you say anything to me. Okay. 2 ticks away counts. We just want to kind of be on the safe side here. Okay. And then if that would break for some reason, we could make a full pullback. A full pullback, highs to lows. That's the only thing that we know that's there right now. Right? So you can see we want to give this all the room it deserves before we say it broken, because that's going to squeeze us back up into these highs or into this resistance. And obviously the indices would seriously fall. Okay. All right. Okay. So questions on the VIX. If again, here, before you guys ask, if you look at J, all right, you're going to see the same thing. You see the same draws, right? It's because we are looking at the J contract on the continuous. We are looking at the J contract. When do we start watching K? Just you can now, right? Usually at this time we kind of have to flip back and forth, but we're getting enough right now. Let's take a look real quick just to see what number it is. I'm just curious. What's it at? 22.22. I would put us like up here. Not too far away. We'll just have to start flipping back and forth. There's really nothing. It's not far enough away now that we're too concerned with it. Right? This is always kind of a wonky time. So we'll just keep an eye on it, flip back and forth every now and then. All right. So if we opened right now, we'd open right here. So we're still inside the extension. So nothing too crazy yet. Nothing too crazy yet, Dario. Yeah, the draws are still going to be the same, right? The draws are still going to be the same. All right, that's when TradingView rolls it. Yeah, I would just flip back and forth. Like if we see somehow the new contract would price up here or something, then yeah, we might have to pay attention to it, right? But since we're so close right now, I haven't even really looked at it much. Yeah, they're not going to be direction wise. They're going to be the same. Okay, and that's all we're identifying as direction, right? We just want direction on the VIX, whether it's going up or down. But yeah, if for some reason it's not like one of them is going to take off and one of them's just going to stay put. Doesn't really work like that. So usually we just look to see where the new one is, and it'd be like right here. So we're not too concerned about. Ow, we're not too concerned about it yet. Dang, I do that every morning. All right, but yeah, it expires. It expires next Tuesday. So obviously we'll have to start paying attention a little bit. No, nothing too crazy yet. All right, you can see not I'm not being flippant about it. It's just there's not a whole lot to look at on it yet. All right, I am. That was my elbow. I hit my elbow on that dang thing. I need a new desk. This sucker's had its fill. Plus, it stabs me in the arm every morning. All right, that'd be pretty bad if I get to the point where I've got like corners of my desk padded, Tamika, just so I don't hurt myself. I come in one, go live one day and there's padding all over my desk. Oh mercy. All right. So, any other questions, guys? Any other questions on the VIX before we move forward? All right. Okay. All right. So that's where we are. Not well. We got news here in a minute. All right. So we'll see if that does much of anything. I'm not really drawing much inside of this right now, guys, because there's not much going on inside of this. All right, and this is a big range still. I mean, from this extension short even back down to lows, that's a big range. Right. The one thing to say is if we go into the close tomorrow and we're still in this extension short at the close tomorrow, that's very bullish. Very bullish. Yeah, I know, Tamika. I might need to pad myself up here in the morning so I don't hurt myself. All right. I'm just killing time. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Where's Edward when we need him? Take advantage of all the chasers here. Hello. Anything? Oh, well, this is kind of uneventful so far. We haven't moved a tick. That can't be right. I lose. No, still moving. It's just there it goes. One tick. Really expecting a lot more out of this. This is a bit anticlimactic for our PCE. Let's see where we came in. Maybe it hadn't been reported yet. It came in line. Forecast 0.4 came in at 0.4. Final GDP down just a tick or 2 ticks from 0.7 to 0.5. Oh, there we go. There's something. All right. Unemployment claims. That was a miss. So unemployment claims forecast 210 came in at 219. All right. Now bad news could be good here. Personal income down, personal spending down a tick. All right, so pretty uneventful. That PCE was the big one, right? That was the big one, and it came in line at 0.4. Okay. All right, so that's what we got. Nothing too crazy there as of now. Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah, exactly, Dario. We could come out with a True Social post or something, and that'll get us moving. All right, well, there we go. Okay, CPI tomorrow. All right, that's a wrap, everybody. Have a good day. See ya. A whole lot going on here. Okay, anyway. All right, so moving on. All right, so financials. Now, bank is still in an uptrend, right? It hasn't even pulled back into this extension long yet. Now, that extension long, you'll see this on pretty much everything. April 1st, highs to highs. Now, remember, bank's just an index, so it doesn't have to be technical, right? We just watch for direction intraday. All right, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Remember, bank rises, right? That's a tailwind for the indices. Bank falling, that's a headwind for the indices. All right. Okay, so let's get to the ES. All right, now all these indices have this April 1st highs to highs. Okay. Your Loch Ness monster, flipper, head. All right. April 1st, highs to highs. This is inverse of the VIX's extension short. And you can see the divergence between where the VIX is and where the indices are in that same draw. The VIX is down equivalent. The VIX is like down here. All right, so we're not drawing much up in the middle of this thing because that's this, right? The middle of this thing is this, right? So we don't want to get chewed up in that. All right. So if the VIX starts to roll over, you're going to see us just rally, right? And maybe we'll start an actual trend leading us higher. As far as the gap fill now, the gap fill is up at 68.2350. All right, so 0350 would be 20 points. So 0350, almost had it. Oh, close. 0350. So there's 20 points away. Okay. So if we opened right now, we'd open within 20 points of the gap fill, right? And the gap fill is going to end up being above us unless something, again, dramatic happens, right? But as long as the VIX is still in that extension short and, you know, we're inside these 20 points, right? That gives us about a 70% chance of this gap filling. Okay. Now, if we fall outside of this, all right, what that would mean then is the VIX is squeezing up into this resistance again. And if we see this happening, you're not going to want to try to pick a bottom on the indices until the VIX would get to highs and roll over. Morning, Miss Amanda. All right, until the VIX would get to highs and start to roll over, right? If the VIX starts that squeeze and the ES starts this, you know, fall. Okay. But as of right now, just keep an eye on the VIX. If it's going to roll over from this little mini range here and not be able to make any new highs and start to fall, then the indices are going to squeeze into the gap fill, more than likely continuation of the trend. Okay, so we've got bank and longs in the VIX and shorts. Remember what that means, right? Both those things are bullish for the indices. All right. So there we go. So not a whole lot of structure inside of this after the big rally. Okay. Kind of consolidation up here. Fred Flintstone getting his car going. All right. But that's what we're watching this morning as far as intraday. All right. Are these 20 points right here? Okay. And that could lead us into the fill and possibly the continuation of the trend. Okay. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ, you're going to see the same thing. February, that broke. February 1st, man. April 1st, highs to highs. All right, there's our Loch Ness Monster. Right there, April 1st. You guys are never going to be able to unsee that now when you see a chart like that, are you? You're going to see the Loch Ness Monster on it every time. February, God, April 1st, highs to highs, same as the others, right? So we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide, okay? If the ES opens within those 20 and then lifts off in the direction of the fill, then NASDAQ's going with it, right? If the VIX starts that squeeze, right? If the VIX does start to squeeze, then the NASDAQ, exact same thing on the NASDAQ. It's going to fall until the VIX hits that resistance, okay? And then could lift back off. I made a perfect call on PA yesterday. Well, thank you. What did I call? The Loch Ness Monster? Are you referring to the very rare Loch Ness Monster pattern? Or what did I say? It was going to go up, down, or sideways? That's my guess. All right. Yep, up, down, or sideways. Nailed it. That's right. April 1st, Chris. All these indices have April 1st anchors. Good morning, Chris. Yeah, all these indices have April 1st anchors. Just inverse of the VIX. Yep. All right. YM, Russells, same. Now watch bank because they're the most sensitive to bank's movements. Right? The YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. April 1st, okay, highs to highs. There's the YM. So we'll see where bank opens up, right? And you can see, like with all these indices, with these extensions, these April 1st highs to highs, that's a lot of work, right? To break trend now. And you can see if we do break trend, we're making much larger pullbacks. But the path of least resistance now is up, right? Path of least resistance is up. So there we go. Same thing, just watch bank, right? That's the best way with the YM and the Russells. Bank opens up and takes off, these guys are going to fly. Same thing the other way. All right, so here's the Russells. Now look at the Russells just a little bit weaker. Nothing's broken, obviously, but that April 1st highs to highs. So you can see the Russells down here. NASDAQ and the ES are like here-ish. YM's about here-ish. And you can see the Russells is actually making this pullback. All right, so again, watch bank. Right, again, watch bank. Okay, so all these indices are in the same draws, just inverse of the VIX. Right, inverse of those April 1st lows to lows right here. April 1st lows to lows. To actually, and remember, we're giving it a little bit more room here. We're using this low on Wednesday the 8th. All right. Any questions? Any questions? VIX bank indices, if anybody got on late. I gotta grab something. Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? You guys don't need to see me walking around. All right. Good. All right. Okay. All right, good deal. All right. What the heck? There we go. All right. I'm all over the place today. All right. Moving on. Don't do that. Hang on, guys. All right, moving on. Okay, Bitcoin. Here's where we're sitting on Bitcoin. We still have this much larger pullback to make up here, right? Hang on, my screen. But this is the situation we're in. We've got these lows from the 29th. All right, and we're in these counter trend longs. Okay, there was the first one, target. There could be this lows to lows. It looks like it's actually holding us up. We don't really know that's there yet. So I'm going to just go with this larger draw, and you can watch to see if we start these counter trends that are going to lead us back down. Okay? Hang on. There we go. All right. Well, sorry, guys. All over the place. Um, so we'll see if these counter trends can start leading us down here. All right. If they break, then yes, this lows to highs is actually holding. Okay. All right. So there's Bitcoin just in its little counter trends. Remember, we got a lot of room to the upside, and then there's a lot of possibility to either add if you're already in, or even start a new position up there, right? Because we got plenty of time left in the winter. Okay. All right. Now, crude oil. Okay, crude oil, probably one of the most important charts here, right? We're still in these much larger long setups, right? From our lows down here in December of last year to our highs. Remember, it was briefly sloppy, but then we defended. So we've come back close down into this level. So what we're going to watch, here's the big announcement, right? The ceasefire. Okay, is this squeeze into this resistance level. All right, and see where we, and of course, guys, geopolitically, anything could come out and spike crude oil again or whatever. We know that's just the world we live in right now. All right, but that's what we're going to watch as we get up here. There's a little long and then a little extension here. I don't really have it drawn out. There was this little sloppy long, and then there's this little extension holding right there. I don't really have it because it's just kind of melting upward. Right, so we'll see when it's going to run into resistance here. All right, if we go through that, whole nother ball game. We're back in an uptrend on crude oil. Okay, so that's what I'm watching right there. All right, gold and silver. Okay, so this is getting really tight up here. Let me get rid of some of this so it's a little cleaner for you guys. There we go. So there's a monster long below us, okay, and we're squeezing higher. Now there's this short that we haven't gotten through, and that's highs of the year to lows of the year. All right, January 29th down here to our low. I think that's high of the year. Yeah. January 29th, highs to lows. That's right there, and we traded into that, obviously. Okay. And when you zoom in, you'll see coming off of these lows, right? We had our pullback. It was actually number two. There was the first one, and then we're counting that target hit. There's the second one. And from these lows, right there, there's number two. So we're inside of that larger move, and we're using this low on the second at 2 a.m. Okay, to highs, and that's where we are. Okay, so we're just walking it up here. All right, now that needs to hold. Okay, because if that breaks, that means we've broken a series of longs after hitting resistance. Okay, that's not good. That could change our trend. That could make a much larger pullback on gold. Okay, so we need to keep on keeping on here, right, with our precious metals, because this is tight. This is really tight in here. All right, so we can see if we get little pullbacks. The one thing we could watch for a possible entry would be if this short breaks, you know, trade support, break the short. If this short breaks and we don't get here first, right, and then we make a pullback, we could use that as an entry, okay, to keep going. But if one of two things, one, if we hold this and roll over, then we don't want to touch anything in the middle here. But if we break this and get up here first and then roll back over, then again, that becomes a range. We don't want the middle of that. All right. So we'll see. This could get pretty chop nasty in here. All right. It's trying to grind higher, right? We were in those other smaller shorts and they broke. and then we slammed into this. So we've got to keep on keeping on here. All right, but not a whole lot to do right now. All we know is this is support, right? Absolutely, this is support right now. All right, moving on to silver. Okay, silver's actually been just a little bit weaker. Okay, there's the short from highs on silver from March 1st to our lows. That's up there. All right, and here's the series on silver. All right, boom, boom, boom. This is what we're watching. All right, so here's the current move that we're in from these lows on the second to our highs. And you can see we haven't broken this. All right, we haven't broken this at all. So could this lift us off? Absolutely it could. All right, absolutely it could. All we know right now is there is a ton of support, and you can see it on the candles, right? This is a massive support level, right, on silver. Let's see if we want to look really small here. There's your pullback. There's your target. So are we going to start this little series coming out of here? That's kind of dangerous, but we'll see. We start this little series and then we start to head higher. All right. I don't even want to draw that. That's dangerous because we could just Fred Flintstone around down here for a while. But we're at support. Gold and silver are both at support. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, these are entries. Right? These are absolute entries to a much larger trend. All right, so we'll see if they hold. All right, moving on to the dollar. Okay, here's DXY. Now look what happened. Okay, we were in an extension short. That broke. Okay, that extension short on DXY broke. Now remember, DXY doesn't lead anything. It's just an index, right? It's not the dollar. But since that extension short broke, we're going to be watching to see if this long now holds. And it's not, there you go. It's obviously defending. So this rising back out of this is dollar strength, right? Broke the extension. There's our first pullback. And that could lead us to back into dollar strength trades. Now, these dollar strength trades would put a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. Not saying they're going to go straight down, just saying that it's going to make it harder for them to go up. Okay? So there we go. Pretty technical. All right, so now to the actual currencies. Look at the dollar yen. Right? There's that support level from February 20th to this high on March 18th. That was our first pullback. Never hit our target up here, right? So we just leave the draw right there, and there we go. And now we're ripping away from that. But you can see what's starting to happen up here. We're building a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension. All right, so we'll see. You know how it goes. Trade support. Haven't broken the short yet, but if we trade support, we break that short, we don't get all the way up here first, then we can draw that lows to highs and look for a pullback. But if this keeps rising, right, that's dollar strength. Okay, that's dollar strength right now. Okay, but nice grab if you grabbed this off the bottom of this range. Nice grab if you did that. All right, now onto the euro. Okay, look where the euro is. This is the spooky part. All right, about the dollar. From highs of the year, January 27th, to lows of the year. Okay, March 12th. That's right there. All right, that's the spooky part. So we've had this nice dollar weakness, right? We've absolutely had this nice dollar weakness, you know, given the indices and precious metals a little tailwind, but we're right there. So here's the big deal. Okay, this is the situation we're in. We had these pullbacks, these kind of sloppy pullbacks, and then we went into these extension longs. Okay, that was from, guess what it was, April 1st. Okay, highs to highs. Those held to a target, and then we broke. Okay, so we could have the start, okay, of dollar strength trades coming out of this. Did we break it? I really hope we did. That's tight. So, oh, even if I draw it right, we didn't break it. There we go. No, that's not so tight. All right. So we'll see if we roll out of these. we're going back into dollar strength trades, at least for a while. Okay, if we break through this, right, then there's something else going on. Okay, so that's what we're looking at there. Come on, Euro, go. But you can see it's slamming into resistance right there. That's why we stopped going up. All right, so this rising dollar weakness, this falling dollar strength. Okay, let's see where we are. Has anything moved? VIX is still in that just chop fest in here. All right, so nothing's really changed. Just remember the big deal is up here, these 2305s, right? Don't need to round up, just add a tick, 2310. So 2310s and below, right? It's still in this extension short, right? And remember how far away the indices are. The VIX, look, see, the VIX has traded this resistance. It traded its pullback. There's the equivalent pullback on the ES. See how far away that is? You guys see that? Right? That's where we traded. That would be like the ES trading that. Okay? So there's a big divergence right now. So somebody's going to play catch up. Right? Either the VIX needs to start falling and we just lift off, or if it doesn't, the indices are going to make that pullback while the VIX makes this squeeze back into highs. Okay? So we will see. It's just, there's not a whole lot going on here, guys. So be careful, right? Just look for the high probability stuff if you're trading intraday. And obviously that's going to be the gap fill. We're inside of 20 points. Now we're starting to defend 20 points. See it right there? Almost to the tick actually. Defending 20 points. Right. So we'll see if that can lead us in the direction of the fill here. All right. Trip. I might see a short from 2274. This little guy right here. Are you talking about the VIX here? $22.74. Edward with the niner right there. 74 would be right there. I see what you're getting at. You're trying to make a case that like right here. Yeah. See that it's getting Chopperton. Make sure you're looking at the J contract, guys, too. If you got on late, Trading View, don't look at the continuous. If you're on Trading View, don't look at the continuous. Look at this specific J because we're on rollover. Okay, so you got to look at J. I knew we were rollover because my DMs blew up yesterday. Trading View people asking why their draws don't line up the same. All right, so look at J specifically. All right. On TV, yeah. Trading View, if you're looking at continuous on Trading View, it's going to look different. Yep, absolutely. So you're probably seeing something I'm not. So look at J. It was on K. Yeah, look at J, Trip. VXJ26. And you should look like that. All right, we haven't moved to the new one quite yet. So any questions, guys? Any questions or anything you need to see again or get your screenshots of or anything? Look at those 20 points. Isn't that just fascinating? What is that? 803.50. I think we traded 75. No, we traded 50 to the tick. Anything, guys? Just be safe today, right? Because this is chop nasty, Miss Jackson. If you're nasty. No, I'm not, Edward. I've done that. I think I'm rolling about every 2 to 3 days. I give it a good shot, and then I get mad, and I don't know who I'm getting mad at other than myself, because it's not the desk is an inanimate object. It's not doing anything to me. Um, so no, I'm sure. Just wait around a while. Eventually, I'll do it again. All right. Okay. Oh, you're trying to put a constellation of my elbows. You got another one today. I was talking earlier, Tyler, that one of these days they're gonna log on, and I'm just gonna have all this crap like padded up around me. I don't hurt myself. God, it's amazing that I ever was honestly, it's been like this my whole life. Is I'm more coordinated on skates than off of them. I've never had, knock on wood, never had any major injuries on the ice. They've all just been from off it, right? That's something. Yeah, exactly. Just give me a big padded room. All right. All right. Very good. Okay. Everybody good? Everybody dialed in?
Can you hear me?
All right. Watch those 20 points, guys. That's going to be the key right there. All right. Watch those 20 points. We might get a really nice entry there. Might get a really nice entry there. All right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're pretty much in the clear for news. I'll talk to you guys at noon. Thanks, Edward. Thanks, Miss Amanda. Thanks, Mr. Paz. If you guys got any questions, let me know. Okay, just remember TradingView, if you got on late, you guys are using specific J contract, or it's going to look way off. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes.
All right, hopefully you got us. I couldn't hear you earlier, Tyler, so if you are on, I can't hear you, but I'm going to log off. Good. Hope everybody has an awesome day. All right, thanks, everybody.
All right,
talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, hold on, let me there we go. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I think the reason I can't hear Aaron, for some reason I had two of the back end. Okay, good. I had two of the like back end control rooms tabs open, and I didn't see that I had an extra one. So there was two. Then I closed one. Couldn't hear me. So I don't know. It's just some crap on my end. So I'm gonna refresh this and get it all situated. But I believe we have Adidas and Jordan coming on both today to trade live with us. So we'll be back for New York Open here in about the next 20-30 minutes. We'll see y'all then. So we'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. We're back.
Good morning.
Jordan, I think your camera's turned off. You're good. You're good. Some crazy action these last few days. How you guys been, or I guess last couple weeks, but
I know,
how you
right?
guys been doing with this?
Staying
Yeah.
alive.
It's been a good week.
I've been moving, so I've.
Yeah, that's always tough.
Yeah, dude, I saw your story at the new house or apartment or whatever. That's sick.
Yeah, right on the water.
That's dope.
Yeah, man.
You said Virginia? Did you do Virginia?
Maryland.
Maryland.
Yeah. So.
Beautiful.
Yeah, seriously.
It's been kind of good. Like I know the course kind of there's no. I know there's a ceasefire, but at least they gave us kind of 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that's technically, I don't know. They said ceasefire, and then the next day Israel started bombing Lebanon, and they claimed that the ceasefire never included Lebanon, and now I think they closed the strait again because of that. So
Yeah. So
but I mean
looking-
the market hasn't died the massive, gap up we got, so it's still kind of holding up. Right in the middle of yesterday's range here. Just looks like
Let me.
looks like NQ had a small gap up that it filled. ES got a small gap down. It hasn't filled its gap yet. It's a little bit of an interesting divergence there.
Yeah. Do we have any news today?
I think there might
just final wholesale inventories.
Okay.
In 30 minutes, but it's all yellow now, and then we have
everything else was pre-market. Everything was at 8:30.
Yeah, we'll see the big change tomorrow, and then with earnings coming up next week.
Yeah, there's looks like CPI, core CPI tomorrow, 8:30 as well.
I feel like most data should show us pretty bearish, but let's see what happens.
I feel like this market, like, I don't know. I feel like I had this feeling like everything's like so priced in that something drastically would have to happen, like, or we'll have to shoot up really high, like, for us to really start seeing some continuous
Sell off.
down. Yeah, man. Like, I mean, I know we've definitely been pulling back, but even now, I feel like we're still kind of like in bought up.
It was starting to look early, but the gap that we got into yesterday put us like right back. We're like heading back towards all-time highs again. It's like, okay.
Exactly. It's like nothing's lasting.
And the structure has been long, it hasn't broken. It got real close. I'm eyeing longs here.
No need to rush. You just focus on your trade. But if you want to share your screen, your chart at some point, you can do so. But no big deal.
That right. There we go.
Back set up next week.
Nice, man. You happy to finally get settled and get into the routine?
Yeah, man. I just forgot how much I hate moving.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Makes you want to be a minimalist, huh? Just like get rid
Yeah,
of all your stuff and just live out of a backpack.
I forgot how much I hate it.
If we get a little bit more pullback here, I think I'll take this long. Right Guys, I'm in long 26 here, 20-point stop. Like this. There we go. Give me a little bit more here. Okay. Take the first trim here. Second. All right. Took my first trim at 26. Stops break even. I'm sorry, 56. Trail the rest. Guys, that's 30 points. Realize they're going to trail that. See if we can get a little bit.
Let's get
750.
pop. Ooh,
I guess
sorry
there's
about
that.
noise.
There's that trim at 6750. Moving my trails from 50 here. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I didn't say morning, everyone.
Oh, you're good, man.
Okay.
I know I wasn't sure if you guys were on today or what. I know this week's schedule's been a little off. I was just getting ready to send Callan a message and ask.
I had a late start today. I was trying to get upstairs and my daughter's like, I need help with this problem. Like, oh my God.
I feel that, bro. All good, all good. Keeping an eye on ES long.
I wanna take another long here. I wish I didn't get stopped out on that. Oh. Next time I'm just gonna have one runner. This one looks like it may make it back up to 100. At this point, we're just gonna have to wait. There's nothing really. For me.
Can you guys hear that in the background? That loud?
It's I can hear, but
Yeah.
it's not like terrible.
Okay.
Put
All right. Let me
put the setting on that try to block out any background noise, but
Okay. So make sure.
I don't think it's like destroying it. If like I don't think it's ruining anything.
And we're just kind of sitting right now. It's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take anything here.
gonna try a little ES long.
Yeah, this holds. This Dusty looks good.
Had a question about the indicator. No, I use this financial. It's been so long. It just maps out the previous weekly value area high and things and monthly POCs and stuff. So I kind of use it. I just want to. I like to use it as additional compliments. Find out the name. I can't even remember. I don't think it's in here. Yeah, financial cloud. Just use that for the POC.
I'm in ES at 6816.
Yeah, this thing holds.
Targeting 6829,
Oof.
which would be the opening print from yesterday.
Yeah, I'll be eyeing longs if we. I want to see us close above 92 first.
Are you still holding that one long?
No, I'm out.
Wow, look at this running.
I barely got stopped out, like by like a couple points on my trail. Normally I'm a lot looser.
Oh dang, nice pop there.
All right, guys, I'm eyeing longs here.
This is pull back.
All right, guys, I'm long 93. 20-point stop. Long 93, 20-point stop. Do have this long draw, but it's it's 50 points. We got plenty. And we'll probably hit our heads up on that 8-ish.
I want to see this can pull back a little bit.
73 for me.
Looks like ES did give its little gap fill here.
I don't like how it's fighting this previous day POC, but we also have fair value. I mean, it's a good trade, I think. I like it in the long draw.
Oh, Adidas, did you ever ask your wife about the summer hash drama?
Oh, no, I did not.
Oh man.
I'm gonna put that. I'll mark it down. I haven't seen. We haven't been watching too much TV, so I doubt she's caught up on
Yeah.
it. Anything new happen?
Nah, not really. There's just been more rumors that like, wow, this dude's hooking up with his friend's wife that he's separated from. They're not technically divorced yet. That he's also been with like 3 other chicks.
I'm still in this long. I didn't. I mean, I guess
report here.
the people that are setting that up, I'm sure they do like these psychology tests and know like who's gonna do some crazy shit.
Oh yeah, and this show's been going on for I think they've done like 10 seasons now, and they have a spin-off coming out. So it's like the timing of the whole thing is all very good for them, I'm sure.
Of course.
Bravo doing Bravo things.
Bravo. Mhm.
Give the people what they want.
That's right.
I am about to get stopped out here. I'm all out.
I'm basically sitting around break even here still.
I don't know if I want to short here. I didn't like that.
You guys pulled back into this as its overnight opening print. 68.14.
You know what? Let's see if we can get to 80. I'll take this short. All right, guys, I'm eyeing shorts here. All right, I'm in that 81 short, 20-point stop.
Right at the open. Ooh, baby.
Come on. Ooh, it's a 20-pointer. I need more though.
He wants it all. He wants it all. And he wants it now.
Come on. Come on. They're doing me dirty right now. Bouncing like that. Just flush down so I can long it. Alright guys, that is almost 20 points, but I am still holding. I want us to break this, and then we should see a 40 here. Okay, candle close here. We'll definitely see in 40. Yep. All right, taking a trim here at 44. Stops break even. Shit's too easy, bro. Trailing. All right, there's 32. Beautiful. Taking that trend. There is a long here at 25,000. Guys, I'm trailing from about 49 here, so be out. Oh, they better not. They better not get me out and flush. Still in this. Still in it.
It's short.
Did you say you just hopped in the shorts, Jordan?
No, I said that was a good short.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a good short.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take one more trim here at 30. I got my last runner, and I kind of want to go long. Good stuff, Sam. Glad you caught that. Ooh, come on. There it is. All right, I'm all out. That's right on that long draw there. Now let's see if we can. I got one more trade. I think it's a long here. I want to take it.
I'm still in my ES long, by the way. It stops at 68.08.50. Should have to break the low in the day for the New York session, and we're still holding the open print, so I'm back to break even here. Looking through individual names isn't getting me real excited.
Good stuff, Dave. I really want to take this long. I'm going to pull the trigger here. I'm in at long 21, 20-point stop. Last trade for me. I don't have any more accounts after this.
Got a 5-minute close under the open there. Don't love that. And VIX is looking like it wants new highs. Being said, the Dow and RTY holding up pretty good. I wonder what banks looking like.
This is a lot better entry for the long, but it's okay. I'll wait.
Dan Blitzarian running for now.
Hey Damien, I could send you a link. There's videos on the Trading View. Give me 1 second. Let me finish out this trade.
Let's go flip that little spike. Flip it and reverse it here.
Yeah, we have a crazy gap fill to the downside. Oh my gosh.
All right, there's that little flip it and reverse it. Now can it keep going?
So we really need to break above 35 here. If not, I don't know if I'm loving this trade anymore. There we go. All right, guys, I'm taking a trim at 35, stops break even. I don't love this trade anymore. Yeah, I'm long right now. I just put my stops at break even, risk-free trade here. Looking for 50 points. So. Appreciate it, Sam. Glad you caught that. Entries 21. I mean, you can still take the trade. It's just a smile still in it. Yeah, you can do a 20-point stop. I mean, we have the long fib here. I'm waiting for an engulfing candle. If we get that, I'll add in. It looks like I'm probably going to get stopped out here. Oh, maybe not.
NQ, the weakest index here. The only one below it's open. The Dow's looking nice.
Yeah, guys, I'm still in this long. It just stops at break even for me, risk-free trade.
This thing's gonna flash.
Yeah, I'm all out. I just don't love the trade anymore. See, this looks like a better long. Like I'm more comfortable taking the long here at like 12. But
Yeah, a whole lot of nowhere so far.
I want to be in this long if we get down to 25,000 and reject off, so I'll get in at like 05. See if we can get it. Okay, I'm starting to like this a little more now.
Oh,
Come on, baby.
I pinged you the algo guide YouTube, by the way. Damien. All right, guys. I'm long 12 here. Keep waiting for it. I'm just gonna do it because I think that the R&R here is really good. Stops at 92. Money.
Money. There we go. Come on. Keep pushing, baby.
I'm gonna go ahead and put stops at break even here. Risk-free, another risk-free trade. I'm gonna take one off here at 33, just in case. Got that weekly POC there. And then the rest break even. Maybe I'll trail it. I'll trail it from 15. There we go. All right, guys, that's it for me today.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
That's
Yes,
30
sir.
there.
Would you have? I think it was winners or break evens, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm green on all my accounts, so yeah, I want to say, did I do 5 trades? Yeah, one break
Sounds
even.
all right. ES back at these highs here. Let's see if it double tops. We can get a little breakthrough.
Yeah, guys, I'm taking a trim here at 50, and I have one more trailing at 32, and that's it for me, guys. Good stuff today. Hey, y'all have a good one.
All right,
Thank
brother.
you.
Good stuff.
Have a good one.
Good luck, guys. Peace.
I'll be on for a little bit longer, but I'm so shot right now, man. I'm so tired.
Oh, you're good, man. Yeah, whenever you need to hop, no biggie. break through here. So we'll push into.
It's just like, yeah, I think it's like,
NQ just holding us down here.
yeah, I think NQ is still kind of like flat.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to hop out because I got to take a quick call, but I will see you all tomorrow.
All right, man. Thanks
All
for
right,
coming
man.
on.
Yeah.
Good seeing you. Have a good one.
Yes.
Talk to you next week.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay on here and see if this one plays out. If we get back below the open, no, I may just close it manually. VIX is back at the lows and Bank is trying to hold. If NQ could just get on board with a little bounce. All right, come on. Come on. I don't like that. I don't like that bar at all. Down like 3 points here. I got my finger on the trigger. Well, I didn't exit. Still trying to hold the open here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't. Trying to decide if I want to give it the original stop or just. 10, 11. All right, come on. Come on now. All right, let's go. I'm going to see this breakout here now, or I'm over it. Ugh, come on. That's annoying. Stupid looking 2-minute bar. All right, well, we'll either bounce off view up here or stop me out. It came with it about a point. All right, I just got stopped out. Oh, I kind of want to hop in a short, but don't make any rash decisions. Yes, God's got Phil, was never able to get any follow through, rejection here. Kind of leaning downside at this point, but nothing feels A plus. Oh, nothing's feeling A plus right now. I think I'm just gonna step away here, not force anything. Yeah, a bit of a quick one today, but that's all right. Don't want to force it just for the sake of forcing it. We will be back at 12 o'clock with Aaron for the nooner. So make sure you guys come back from that. For that, breaking down this morning's action. Always a ton of value in those segments from Aaron. So if you don't regularly tune into those, you should come by today at 12 and check it out. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to step away for now. Be safe if you're still trading. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with the Nooner with Aaron. We got a little action going on right now, Aaron, so I'll let you dive into it and start breaking it down.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Miss Tomiko, what's up? What's up? Miss Amanda, how are you? Mr. Wilf, good to see you. Give everybody a minute or two here. What a nice lift off. VIX is just falling apart. That is great to see. Absolutely great to see. Bank ripping, dollar weakening. We got all the big three playing nicely in the sandbox together. What's up, Mr. Paz? Is anybody from South Carolina, by the way? I knew we had a few people from South Carolina. I don't know if they're on. I had a question. If there's any South Carolina peeps, let me know. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. So starting off in the VIX, obviously we had some news come out. All that I could see was the Netanyahu news. If there's something else, let me know. But okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now this is where we are. Okay, remember, TradingView used the specific J contract because your guys rolled over already. All right, so you're looking at J. So here's our larger move. Excuse me, from March 29th down here to our lows, April 1st, there's that pullback. Okay, we've now gone to and through that target. So you're going to see the same thing on the indices. This April 1st anchor. Now we were watching this morning as a couple different possibilities here, right? Just remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. One is to this low that was put in on Wednesday morning. And we came 2 ticks away from the target. Absolutely, we did. Okay. Which we consider a target hit. We were being conservative this morning. We didn't want to misidentify a trend break if the VIX did start to squeeze. But what we want to watch now is we want to drop it to that low, okay, and watch it at this profit target. All right, so we'll go ahead and use April 1st to this low. There's a bullish divergence right there. Did you hear that ding? So we're going to watch when we get down to these 2050s, okay? These 2050s. If we bounce off these 2050s, okay, then we're just going to use same anchor, new low. All right, from that April 1st, all right, to the new low. If we go through that, okay, if we go through this, then we're going to use this low for now, which is the low on Wednesday. Tamika, nice. We're going to use this low from Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, lows to lows. If we go through this, now we could absolutely get hung up right here because all that is a profit target from this short setup. Now, one thing I want to look at here. See, this is where it gets a little iffy, right? Oh my gosh, that wind. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Could we be going down from here? We could. We don't have any idea that's there yet. Okay, we don't have any idea that's there yet. So let's just go from these lows, all right, and watch at those 2050s. All right. Now the markets are very bullish. Bank is flying, VIX is falling, dollar is weakening, everything's pointing bullish. So trying to pick a top on the indices is probably not real good for your health right now. Congratulations if you do it. You can have those bragging rights. All right. So we'll see when we get down here. Anybody have any questions on where we are? Take a larger look here. I want to go back to the continuous real quick, guys. And we got a long way. Right? We got a long way on the continuous. Every long is broken, right? We know that every long is broken. So we've got lows down here at 15s and nothing in the way. Nothing in the way. Let's check this out real quick. Make sure that has broken. What is that? 99, 95, 90. We're at 70. Yeah, there's no variations of longs that are still with us. Rest in peace, longs. About time. All right. Okay. You checked out after the half. That's all right, Tamika. That's a great trade, right? Grab that every day. Good to go. All right. So I'll go back to Jay now. There we go. All right. So we really don't have anything below us here for a while. All right. So we can just continue to go down in extension shorts. Remember, going down in extension shorts on the VIX and up in extension longs on the indices, that's totally fine, right? It's the other way that usually don't last very long. All right. Any questions, guys? Anybody? Everybody all happy now? You know, some bullishness going. Man, this VIX, we haven't seen the VIX do this in a while. I mean, other than the peace announcement, but during trading hours, we really haven't seen this. All right. I know. What's up, Nate? How we doing, man? Yeah, we were just talking about everybody's playing nicely in the sandbox together. Bank ripping, VIX falling, dollar weakness. Right? Precious metals looking sharp. All right. Hope things are good down in Texas, Nate. Everything's going well in the oil business. Did all this nonsense affect you at all, Nate? And what you do? I'm just curious. If you got time to type. I was thinking about you because I know you like herd cats, you said. So no, not really. Gotcha. Any questions, guys? Everybody know where we are? Everybody good? Just watch down around these 2050s. All right, cool. Okay, moving on. Financials, just a ripping, right? You do a lot of cats. Gotcha. All right, remember, bank's just an index. All right, it can do whatever it wants. All right, these draws are just a guide. This isn't traded. All right, but there's those April 1st highs to highs. That's what we're looking at here. So we'll just look for intraday. If bank keeps rallying this afternoon, indices are going to have a tailwind all the way into the close. All right. If we do see bank roll over for some reason, doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. Just means they're going to lose their tailwind. Okay. All right. So there we go. VIX weakness, bank strength, indice strength. Okay. So here's the ES. Just a ripping. First of all, I want to show you this. This is hard to believe. Those are our all-time highs in the history of forever. That's where we are. We're not that far away from with all this that's going on. We're not that far away from all-time highs. All right, so zooming in, all we're watching are these April 1st highs to highs. Okay, now the ES never made it down here. Right? Why did the ES never make it down here? Well, because the VIX hit it first, right there. Same draw, right? April 1st lows to lows, April 1st highs to highs. VIX got here first and rolled over. So that's why we're lifting off. Okay? So there we go. There's not a whole lot to do right now until the VIX gets to those, what is it, 2050? Yeah, until the VIX gets to these 2050s, right? And we're going to see what happens there. We go through, there could be that extension short. We bounce, profit taking. We could see a pullback into the next extension. So there's not a whole lot to do on the indices right now. Even not a whole lot of draws yet. All right, but you can see they've got profit targets up at these 68.92. All right. So we don't really want to draw this long yet because that would be a dip into highs and that would not be good. Okay. So there we go. Everything bullish. Everything bullish right now. All right, NASDAQ, same thing. April 1st, highs to highs. NASDAQ's lagging just a little bit. There's our targets up there, 25,471. We need that VIX to keep going down, right, through its profit target, or we're going to see these guys make pullbacks. All right. ES is about up here, right? NASDAQ's right here. Okay, so not a whole lot to do right here at this point. This is all that VIX short right there. That's all all those entries, VIX short. Oh, we didn't go over the gap fill. The gap fill, very nice this morning, right? Especially the half. So we were talking about this morning on the call, that these 20 points, we could watch it this morning. These 20 points right here, right? We're defending this morning after our news event at 8:30, right there. Those were the entries into the half. All right, so great job if you got those, just perfect, right? We got above the 20, then the 20 acted as support, right? And there we go, just beautiful, right? There was the half, profit taking, reload, and then obviously we filled the full. Okay, so way to go, guys. That was about as perfect as we can get for an entry. Just shows you, man, those probabilities, right? Those probabilities. So congratulations, guys, if you got that. Great half gap fill. Okay. All right, so moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right. Excuse me. Remember, watch bank, right? The YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. Look how far the YM is. YM's almost to its target. So April 1st, highs to highs. There was the pullback on the VIX right there. And if we do see bank continuing to grind higher this afternoon, you're just going to see the YM and the Russells just grind higher with it. Okay. So there we go. Nothing quite to do yet until we get to these profit targets or the VIX gets to those 2050s. Okay. Now the Russells, look at the Russells. The Russells made the pullback. It was the only one that made it. All right. All the way down from those April 1st highs to highs. It made it down here this morning. Okay. And it has lifted off. So it's lagging a little bit. It's the only one that made it all the way down there. Okay. Then the VIX hit resistance, lift off. Same thing with the Russells is if bank continues to grind higher, you're going to see the Russells just continue to grind higher. Okay. All right. So oh, we're almost there already. Jeez. Big thing to watch here are these 2050s, and we've probably traded 2 ticks away already. 50, 60. Yeah. So we've traded 2 ticks away. So we'll see what happens from here. All right, we'll see what happens from there. We go through it. We'll have potentially a new lows to lows. If we bounce, we're just going to go same anchor to new low and wait for that pullback. All right. Excuse me. Any questions? Anybody? Anybody? All right. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, Bitcoin. Never did make that full pullback. All right, looks like we're going up in a series here. Okay, we had our first pullback here from this low. Remember, these are counter trend longs. From this low on March 29th, okay, to our highs up here. Trade right there to the tick. That's pretty awesome, right? Target, 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 target. Right, we didn't make the next pullback. Here's your, there we go. All right, looks like we're just going up in a series of stair steps. So what we can watch for, again, this is really acting like a risk asset right now. We'll see if these lows to highs in here hold, right? If we do make a pullback, see if those hold and lift this off and keep us going into these larger targets. Okay, just be careful because we're close to the top of the range there. But we could absolutely see this make a pullback and lift back off. All right. So there we go. Okay, let's look at spot here. All right. There we go. Okay, so here's spot. Now remember what we've got coming, right? You need to understand this. So here on the weekly, the larger time frame, All right, here's our pullbacks. So our next pullback that we know about is from this high on January 12th, basically highs of the year, lows of the year of this year, down here to this low on February 2nd. And see, we've never actually traded this yet, right? We're front runner here. So we've got room to make that pullback. If that breaks, we're making a full pullback up here. And remember, we're targeting 33.5 or between September and October 6 down here. So we've got time, right? We absolutely have time. All right, so there'd be nothing surprising about us continuing with those longs, getting back up here, and we'll see if we roll out of that, right, to lead our next leg down here. All right, on Bitcoin. Now, intraday, or not intraday, but smaller time frame, it looks just like the futures markets, right? Right there. That's that 100,000, or no, it's not. 100,000 mark is still way up there, way up there. So there we go. It looks just like that. All right, there's our pullback number one right there. And then there's from that low on April 7th, Tuesday, to highs. There's that next pullback leading us higher right there. All right, so again, we can watch that lows to highs in here, see if we make a pullback right there, and that lifts us off, or we just go straight up. All right. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What do you guys want to see? Anybody? Man, these things, this market is just flying. Absolutely flying. Wow. Omar, what's up? Tesla. Yep. Excuse me. What is Tesla doing? All right. There's your pullback. Right. From April 7th of last year to our highs here, December of last year. So there's our pullback. Let's see what we got going. A lot of crap in there. Hang on. Make sense of this. All right. Okay. So there we go. So there's that larger extension we were in from that low on December 23rd to February 5th of this year. There's that extension. We've gone to and through that target. So this is this is normally how these work, right? We'll fall through targets, we'll go into extensions, sometimes extensions of extensions, and then they break. All right. Now we're not going to get too excited yet. Oh, it didn't break. Okay. So lows to lows from February 5th to our just our most recent low down here. All right. That's what we need to get through. That's what we need to get through to change trend. Okay. So we're coming. I mean, you can zoom in here and try to see if we're going to get a little pullback. There's your double bottom, but obviously it's not confirmed until we would break this short setup. But that's what you're looking at right there. So if we break this, that could be a trend break. That could be an absolute trend break right there. And then see if a pullback from lows to highs, see if that pullback holds, and that could completely change trend coming out of that support level. That's kind of exciting. Right? And it's got a lot of room. There's a lot of runway, okay, to the upside if we can break these extensions. I mean, we know it's there, obviously, because we gapped right into it and got slammed. All right, so there you go, Omar. It's getting close. I'd watch those 368.35s for a break, and then, yeah, and then look for a pullback. Okay. All right, so there you go. Anybody else? Any others you guys want? God, the indices are still going up. They're moving my screen. Lord almighty. All right. Okay, you guys good? I know there's a delay. That's why I'm sitting here waiting. Okay. All right, moving on. Moving on. All right, there we go. Now, let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Nope. Okay. All right. So crude oil. That's the big one, right? Crude oil ran into the short and got slammed. Is that not something? Haven't seen that in a while. Okay. So crude oil has this short from highs, right? There's the big peace deal, or not peace deal, but ceasefire. Okay, and from that high to low, we just got smacked right there, and that is a lot of your indice strength. That is a lot of your indice strength right there. So if we see crude oil continuing to weaken, that's a massive, and I mean massive tailwind for the indices. So not only do we have the VIX and shorts, bank and longs, dollar weakness, and crude oil falling. That's 4 things that say don't pick top. Okay. Again, obviously, like we always do, we'll watch, you can watch it, break through that long and then see if there's a short setup that you can sell into. All right, look at that. Didn't even get up here. Bam. All right. So there's crude oil now, gold and silver flying. Okay. Getting some legs here. There we go. All right, so here's gold. Now, the big thing we're watching on gold, right, is this short from highs, this big one, okay? From our high of the year to low of the year, January 29th. Dip into high, yeah. So Jim Bob asked, what do I mean by that's not a good look, a dip into highs? So right here, okay? Now the VIX has hit its target, so that conversation that I was just mentioning might not really come into play anymore since we've hit this target. But normally what we watch for is if we get a dip into highs. Remember back in the day when everybody said trade breakouts, right? And you used to get smacked all the time by doing that. That's what is going on. Anytime we have a dip into a high and we fail to keep going, now right here we're keeping going. But if we get a dip into highs, right, this high here, and we fail to keep going higher and we start to fall, market participants will look at that as a failed breakout, right? Which means this pullback from lows, right? Like say we stopped like right there. It puts this pullback, after we dip into highs, it would put this pullback in question because that's a failed breakout. And that just means we can fall back to the bottom of the range. That's all that means. But this kept going, so we're good. Right, that kept going. That's what I mean, Jim Bob. So like the NASDAQ right now, right, if the VIX starts to lift off from its profit target, that's a failed breakout, right? So we need to be very careful trusting this pullback because we dipped into highs and we didn't keep going. That's what that means. All right, hopefully that made sense to you. All right, so gold from that high of the year to low of the year, January 29th to lows, there's that resistance level, okay? And we slammed into it and got sold into it right there, okay? But we didn't break a long. That is impressive, right? Our next long setup, if you walk this all the way up, our next long setup is right here from the 2nd at 2 a.m. to our highs on the 7th, okay? And we churn, and we're coming out of that. That is very impressive. So this short has not confirmed itself by breaking long setups yet. And if I saw that right, we just pierced the opposing move. See how we broke it? We just pierced that opposing move right there. So we can start watching here to see, as long as we don't get up here first, We can see if there's this pullback here on gold. Right? And that little pullback could lift us higher. So I'll definitely be watching that on gold. That's very impressive. That's very impressive. Okay. So there's gold. Now silver. Silver's looking really good. All right. Silver's got this short from highs, just like gold does. But silver held its next long and is ripped out of there. Look at that. So its next long setup was from these lows on the second to our highs. If you walk that all the way up, this is just the next in a series. And we defended it. And there we go. And pretty sure we broke this short already. Yep, broke that opposing move. So we can watch for that as well, as long as we don't get to highs first or dip into highs right there. All right, so there might be a chance to jump on this train, jump on the gold and silver train before it leaves the station here. All right, so pretty cool. Pretty cool. Precious metals look really good. All right, precious metals look really good. All right. Did that answer your question, Jim Bob? Hopefully, anytime we see a dip into highs or a dip into lows, trusting that next, if we don't keep going, trusting that next pullback isn't, it doesn't mean it won't hold. It just means it's not the highest probability. It can get run over because then we'd be in the middle of a range. Okay, dollar, look at that. Good riddance. All right, so here's DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies put together. Now remember, this is just an index, right? So it doesn't have to be perfect, but there were extension shorts from here that have broken, right? But we just broke the long as well. All right, so there could be multiple different resistance anchors above us. But this is one of the times that DXY can lie, right? Because it's just an index. So we'll look at the actual currencies. But if this keeps falling, that's dollar weakness. Bullish for the indices, bullish for the precious metals. Okay? So looking at the actual currencies here. Here's the dollar yen. All right? Still in this larger extension long from February 20th to our highs on March 18th, right there. We haven't hit the target yet, so we leave the draw where it is. Right there. But then it looks like we're holding the middle of the range to the downside. Right? Yep, right there. Look at that. That's the middle of the range. You know, we know the middle of the range is going to hold eventually, right? It's either going to fall from the top of the range, hold the middle and lift off, or it's going to fall from the top, hold the middle, and then sell off down. So there we go. All right, so that is dollar weakness. Absolutely. It's right in the middle of the range. There's your dollar weakness. Okay, so we'll see if this thing continues to fall. Again, dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals and the indices. All right, now the euro, it broke. There was an extension long. All right, from these highs, and that broke. Okay, we traded it once to a target, but then it broke. But now we're getting ready to make a new high, if we do. If we make a new high, we're going to reactivate and draw from this anchor to highs. And that's just all more dollar weakness. So the euro's in an uptrend. It absolutely is here. Even though we broke that extension once, you guys know the rule. We broke that extension, but if we do make a new high up here, even by a pip, right, we're gonna draw from that anchor again. Okay, so I'm gonna actually put an alert right there. There we go. All right, just to let me know if we do end up breaking that, and then we can, that high is probably April, yeah, April 1st, same as everything else, April 1st, highs to highs. All right, but that's all dollar weakness. Okay, so the VIX has now hit those 2050s. All right, so there's going to be the test right there. If it keeps going down through it, indices will just keep grinding higher. If we stop and start to see profit taking, right, we're just going to use same anchor, new low, that April 1st lows to lows. I mean, this one could be there too. We just don't know this is here yet. Don't know that's there yet. So we don't want to misidentify the trend here. All right, so we'll see what happens at these 2050s. Okay. All right. Bank still grinding higher. Bank still green. VIX still red. Looking good, guys. Looking good. Doesn't mean things are going to go straight up forever, but all of our lead, you know, we're in a bid, right? The indices are in a bid, so it's sideways to higher. Bank still grinding, so we'll just watch that right there. Okay. Dollar weakness still. Yeah, so everything looks good. Crude oil weakness, right? All right. Any questions, anybody? That went kind of fast. Any questions? You should start to see a lot of your stocks, by the way, that you guys ask about. Hopefully you've kept your draws on them, because a lot of those are probably going to start breaking shorts. All right, and making pullbacks. Okay. Rick, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good to see you again, man. Glad you said hi. Thank you. Have a great day as well. Say hi to Tiffany. If you talk to Tiffany, tell her I said hello. She's welcome anytime. All right. Okay, any other questions, guys? Everybody good? Just watch those 2050s right there. I'm starting to see a little reaction. All right. Well, yeah, Rick, anytime, man. Drop in anytime. Any help you need, let us know. All right. So I'm starting to see a little reaction at those 2050s. So we'll see how much there is. You can see how far away the ES is from its profit target that the VIX is hitting right now. Right? This profit target right here, that's that the VIX is hitting. So we'll just watch these 2050s. All right. But you can see it starting right there. Okay. All right. Any other questions, anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Very good. Tyler, you on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sounds good. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, we'll talk to you next week. Remember, we're on WAP tomorrow, guys. All right. Thanks,
guys,
everybody.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. That's where we're going to wrap it up for this week. We'll be back to on Monday, 8:15 a.m. Hope everybody has a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Peace out, everybody.